Hey, today is the last day of February, and as we scheduled, as we said last year, this is the last day of the Automat assembly excursion. So, Automat, like stepping back, the end goal is to create a general purpose environment for doing stuff on computers. So this whole thing that we are making, the whole point is to be able to run normal programs here, redirect their input, output, analyze them. The goal is to create a nice environment for working with data. It's meant for, not for kids, although it's probably a convenient environment, a good environment for kids. It's mostly meant for adults. The goal here is to make it easy to do complex things and make it as fast as possible to do them. And the way we do it is with direct manipulation and proper visual metaphors and like rich interfaces which actually show real-time feedback. Now, this ambitious goal is not very possible if we just start right away. Traditional interfaces like Windows buttons, console, they have decades of experience, decades of software being built on top of them. So it's kind of hard to compete in this space. We have to pick an area where we can create a proper interface and where we can demonstrate that it's actually better, than Windows and buttons, that it's better than text-based programming. And one such area that we picked with Automat is desktop automation. Desktop automation is something that I think is very unexplored in mainstream programming, and this is something that we can improve. Specifically, we can make it possible to automatically control other programs. This is something that I kind of have been doing when I used to play games, and I didn't see any good tools for doing that. I mean, I know plenty of tools for doing that, but none of them are really competitive. I think they could be improved a lot if we worked on the user interface a little bit. So that is the goal of Automat. Eventually, the final goal of Automat is to create a general purpose environment for operating your computer. The near-term goal is to create an environment that can automate other programs, that can interoperate with stuff that you already have on your PC. Now, Automat was very limited. It's able to just send a couple events, pass control forward, and that's it. So, late last year, in December, we decided that we will try to implement some form of general purpose programming within Automat, and that was the assembler project. We had a couple other competing projects. We also have been thinking about doing a Python environment or a shell so that external programs can be executed. So those two were competing alternatives. And they are not mutually exclusive with assembler, but we decided to implement assembler. So generally, the user should be able to build programs out of assembler instructions. And this is the culmination of this project. It's far from finished. I have to stress that. So we have nice cards that say what we can do, but they are not super interactive. I cannot type in this text box. I have this register here, right? I cannot really swap it, even though this instruction move, it should allow me to swap this register to an arbitrary different register. We also have bugs, so if I unconnect some of those connections, it's actually not going to have any effect. But we did prove that assembler can actually function. And I think we reached a stage where we can actually keep this as part of Automat. So it's not going to be just a throwaway exercise. We are going to keep this in the release version, and we are going to keep improving it over the next months. Now, the plan for the next, most of the year, is to add polish into Automat, because it's missing. It could be rendering a little bit faster. It could have less graphical glitches. We lost shadows. It crashes a lot. The point is to fix all of them, to have something which is very reliable, robust, and also make it easier for somebody else who'd like to take this project in their own direction, to come in and play with it. So that is the plan. Today, being the last day of Assembler project, we will still be polishing the assembler environment. We will try to reduce the crashes as much as we can. Specifically, we would like to do 3 things today. First of all, there is a new crash that has been happening for the past couple of weeks, which I started investigating, and I already figured out what it is. So when I was building Automat, it was crashing, saying that some child process during the build, while we are building, a child process has finished. And when we are building, all of the child processes are build commands. So it's very troubling that a child process is finished while we are building, because it means that there is some command that we are not keeping track of. And it wasn't a big problem. I could have fixed it in a very simple way, but I'm not doing that. I'm fixing it in the hard way. So we will start with that, and then we will try to do the machine code updates. I would like to be able to repin connections, and for this repinning to have immediate effect. So the assembler should reassemble the machine code when I change anything here. Immediates, when I change those immediates, I want the assembler to rebuild machine code and restart the target process. And just FYI, the stuff that you are looking at here, those are 3 separate loops that are using 3 separate registers. So we have one which uses the CX register. This is the most natural register to use when doing loops, because it has a loop instruction. It's an instruction that can only operate on the CX register. It doesn't work on any other register. And it's constructed in such a way that you can put number of iterations that you want in the CX, and it will repeat itself this many times. So now it's set to 10, and then it's going to count down to 0. When it counts down to 0, it will follow this large connection. Here we have something similar implemented on top of D register. Different parts of the D register are called differently. So this one is called DL, so DL. But I usually call this DX. So this DX, I will call it DX. DX register, we are setting it to 10, waiting, decrementing it, and if it's greater than 0, we are jumping back to the short loop. And if it's not, then we are doing the long jump, which ends here. And then we also have this loop, which does something similar, except this one counts up. So in the AX register we can see we have 1, now we have 2, 3, and so on. So this loop compares the AX register with 10, and if it's greater, then we do a long jump. If it's smaller, then we do a short one. So those are 3 approaches to do the same loop, and they mostly differ in the number of instructions. Obviously, the one which uses the CX register is the shortest. This one needs just 2 instructions. And they are super small. This is a 2-byte instruction and another 2-byte instruction. Yeah. Okay, so we are adding Polish. We are adding Polish to Automat. So, quite frankly, I was a little bit stressed by this Automat environment, assembler environment, because we wanted to just get as many features as we can to make this as nice to use as possible. But now when we are in this bug fixing mode, I kind of enjoy this. I think this bug fixing is not that bad. I mean, we are not getting any new big features, but at least it's not going to crash. We'll be able to play with this a little bit more. Also, I decided that I will switch from the ptrace approach to this other approach that I mentioned a long time ago. Not long time ago, last week. Where instead of two separate threads, a tracer and a tracee, and a debugger connection between them, instead we will use a single threaded assembly execution, so that when a timer jumps to the next object, and the next object is an assembly object, it will literally jump into the assembly code. So no more debuggers. Probably not today, but eventually we'll fix this. I would like to do this because the whole point of assembly is that assembly is super lightweight. And I mean, it is lightweight, it executes very fast, but each of those blocks, it's 16 megabytes in memory, because this is maybe slightly less, but it's still heavy. We need to start a separate process and a separate thread, and each of them requires memory. So it's cool, it works, but I think we can do better. Okay, this crash while building, I tracked where it's coming from. I just need to properly fix it now. So when we build anything that depends on LLVM, increase the size. When we build anything that depends on LLVM, I had those functions that were calling LLVM config. Okay, I'm not calling it again, I can remove this. And this LLVM config, that was the source of extra processes. So this was the extra process which the build system wasn't tracking, and it was causing all sorts of issues. So I changed how it works a little bit. Now, when we compile LLVM, we have this post-install hook, which is just a step which executes after LLVM is installed. And I configured it in such a way where after installation of LLVM, this is when we call LLVM config, and we do it just once. I mean, once for LD flags and once for CX flags. But we don't call it for all the time, for everything that depends on LLVM. And this process, we're actually keeping track of it. So this function here we are actually letting the build system know that, hey, this is an external tracked process, and it can actually show it in the dependency tree. Okay, that works, but it revealed another problem. It's when we generate compilation database. This is something it's a thing for C++. This is something that makes C++ language servers work. It's very important, we need it. Without this, development would be very difficult. It would be twice as slow. It's probably just as helpful as language models. And the problem is that when we build this compilation database, we need to collect those arguments. Okay, those input. So right now building compilation database seems very simple because we have no input dependencies. We need to change that. We need to pass something here. So to create a compilation database for Automat, we need to build LLVM first. It doesn't sound great. Yeah, but
Kowalski says,
hello. It's nice that assembler POC is working. Polish phase is the most pleasant.
Yeah. It's nice to have no deadlines. We can just fix every small issue that we have. Fix the shadows. Like, there are even like tiny things I wanted to fix. Let me run it. So I think I don't know why, but I really want to do it. So we have those tiny stars in the background, right? And they have this cross-like shape. And I would like to align it with pixels so that the center of the cross is dead center on each pixel. Because I think right now there are some aliasing issues here. And I think it will be just, it will look amazing if we if we make sure this is properly drawn. This tiny thing, a very subtle thing. But why not? We can do it. Anyway. And shadows. I would like to completely rework how shadows work. And the usability fixes. Yeah. Quite a few things to do there. Okay.
I wonder if assembler widget would be display only, or it could also generate output for other widgets.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually not that crazy. So in programming, we have interfaces, right? A class can implement some interfaces, and programmers use this all the time. But for some reason, this is not used in user interfaces. But this idea of an interface in a user interface in a sense that an object that satisfies some contract, some protocol that you can use to communicate with it. So in the UI, if you look at the UI, if you identify places here, you can see that there are a lot of places which could provide some interfaces. Like this text here. This is a text, so it should be selectable, right? It's not selectable at the moment, but the way I would like to support all those things is to keep track of shapes of regions on screen that satisfies some interfaces, and then the user who works with this thing will be able to put like one object on top of the other, or like not on top of the other, like this connection, for instance, right? I can plug this into other objects, but I could also plug this into, you know, this text field or something like that. Anyway, so my point is that if we keep track of the protocols and shapes on screen that are related to those, that can talk using those protocols, then we can create a very flexible user interface where you can connect stuff, for example, to a specific bit of some register. And when this bit of this register changes, you will get a notification. So the assembler will be totally kind of connectable. There is this connectivity layer that we need to work on though. And we will. This is like what we have the rest of this year for. We'll actually want to add as much polish and as much flexibility to this system. So I'm still not sure whether we want to support keyboard, mouse, and gamepads, because there are also gamepads. Gamepads are very important for games. Maybe keyboard and mouse. Keyboard and mouse should probably be like plenty of work for us to start off. Yeah, I'm not super sure. But the mouse objects, they are very unpolished right now. They even don't have proper shape. But on the mouse you can see there are a lot of places which could be connected, which could act as different protocols. Like this is a button, right? We can react to it being pressed, but we can also simulate pressing of this button. Same for scroll wheel, same for position. So I would like to have ideally just one object that represents a mouse, a main mouse connected to a PC, and that object should expose some interfaces on different parts of the mouse. That's the plan. So instead of having 4 separate objects for mouse. Yeah, ideally something similar for the key object. So we'll, I think, change how those objects work a little bit. Yeah, but this is for later.
Yeah, that abstraction layer over connectivity will be hard, but it will also give you so many possibilities.
So, about this being hard, so the hardness comes from multi-threading and the architecture that I went for. If you forget about multi-threading and the separation of widgets and objects, so this is like what's causing issues for me. Widgets are stuff that's kind of on screen, and objects that are the things that are in memory, that are working. The problem would be, this would be very easy if widgets and objects were the same thing. Maybe I'm too ambitious here. We'll see. So if widgets and objects are the same thing, then this tracking, you essentially have a shape plus interface. So you can ask each object on screen, hey, what interfaces do you provide and on what regions on screen? And then other objects can use this information.
Yeah, synchronizing to the display thread will be hard.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do it step by step. We'll be evolving the API, so slowly it should support those arbitrary connections. This variable is causing problems. It's causing problems because we are evaluating the argument before.
I'm experimenting with Go language right now, and concept of channels is kind of nicely implemented.
Yeah. Channels are nice. I'm not a big fan of the syntax of channels. Specifically how closed channels operate. I use Go a lot, but there is this other idea from Ada. I don't know if you know Ada. So Ada, or I think Erlang. They have this thing called actors. And I think if Go, instead of channels, if it used actors, that language would be amazing. Actors are, it's something that you can implement this on top of Go routines. Go routines seem to be more primitive, like lower level things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's confusing. Also buffered unbuffered channels.
Yeah. So the Go concept, so the channels that the Go has and Go routines, which are, they are often used together. They are more powerful than actors. They allow you to do more low-level, high performance things, but in terms of implementing complex logic, actors just make this so much easier. And actors are not that crazy, it's just a loop which continuously receives messages from a Go routine. And other places in your program can monitor, hey, is this actor alive or dead? If it's dead, let's restart it. This kind of stuff. I miss this in Go. Go is my favorite language, by the way, for writing.
So, like polling.
Not quite like polling, it's just like the key element of actor is this switch statement. So you can do this in Go, right? You just poll from a channel, yes, you poll from a channel and then you just switch on the message type. The thing is, because Go channels can be closed and opened, and there are all sorts of rules which govern who can close the channel safely and what will happen if you read from closed channel or write to closed channel, that it's easy to introduce errors, because those things, this is like a tribal knowledge. It's there in the documentation, but you just have to remember this all the time. The language will happily do stupid thing if you don't tell it to do the right thing. And it's easy to forget to do the right thing. Yeah. So you can implement actors very easily on top of Go routines.
In Go, there is select stammet for that, I think.
Yeah. So Go is my favorite language with 3 exceptions. So one is that channels. It's hard for me to even name what's specifically not right with them. But this API where you have to just carefully manage the closing of a channel. It would be nice to have channels in some library, like low-level library, but to have actors as a syntax feature in the language. Number 2 was that panics. I really dislike panics. They have caused so many issues for me. And there are cases in the language where you can just crash the program and there is no way for the program to recover.
My main language is C, but I fell in love with Go because of simplicity and Go routines. It's also much less verbose than C and closer to C.
Yeah. It's the nicest language to write. So I think if the problem that you are solving is complex, if it's actually messed up, like you have lots of moving pieces, lots of concurrency, this kind of stuff, Go is amazing for this. The code is very readable. It's easy to write, but it's also easy to read, which cannot be said about other memory-safe languages. So the second thing was that panics. I didn't like panics because they make error recovery super messy. language doesn't require panics, actually. They are just not necessary. So I don't think... I don't know why they were there. And I also had the third issue with Go. But I'm not sure I remember. Oh yeah, it would be nice to sometimes opt out of garbage collector.
Also, context package is confusing for me. When to use context, channel, or mutex.
Yeah. There was, a couple of years ago, there was a lot of talk about generics in Go. Whenever I read threads about generics in Go, it always made me angry. Like, I just couldn't read those threads because Go actually has a much more powerful mechanism. It had it since beginning, since day one. So Golang has Go generate. And Go generate is just on a totally different level than generics. You can use Go generate to implement generics. I don't know why people... I mean, some people use this, right? But very few. And it annoyed me so much when I saw people like complaining that Go doesn't have templates. But Go has Go generate. It always has Go generate. So whatever template you want to create, you can just as well just Go generate, and there you go. You can have arbitrary code generation in Go. Without any extra syntax. Can generate arbitrary code. It can do optimizations on this generated code. It can do whatever logic you want on this generated code. This is... I have... What's the word? Grudge, I don't know. I don't know how to call this, but I think the Go team, the Golang language team, instead of implementing generics, they should have just explained how to properly use Go generate. Because there are... yeah. It's not a big thing. It's nice to have generics. I mean, yeah. But it's annoying to me that they were kind of forced to implement generics by just tons of people complaining that Go doesn't have generics, while in reality Go has something which is much better than generics. They just...
there's some friction of code generation, but if code generation is fast, it's non-issue.
Yeah. Let's look at those expanded args.
For example, Dart devs tried to implement static metagramming to not have to code generate e.g. JSON deserialization, but they failed.
Interesting. I wonder what's the motivation behind not wanting code generation. Okay, so there is easy fix and a hard fix. I will implement the easy fix right now. To this issue. Okay, that was the easy fix. We are just checking if this file exists, and if it exists, we generate proper arguments. If it doesn't, we don't. It will make the compilation database wrong. The proper fix requires us to actually wait for the LLVM to compile before we emit compile commands. Let me add a to-do for that.
And Dart code generation is slow, that's the problem. If you change one line of code and have to wait 1 minute to see effect, that's the problem. Especially that Flutter hot reload is instant.
Phew, that is a long time. I thought the point with those languages is that they should be dynamic, so they should be kind of immediately executable without any waiting. So, for instance, when I compile Automat, I am generating this file, which is almost 7 megabytes of C++ code. 7 megabytes of C++ code, right? That's a lot. And it's basically invisible during the build process. It's just it's probably in single-digit milliseconds generation and compilation of this file. So if statically compiled language can do this in like ridiculously fast, I don't know why Flutter or Dart would have issues with this.
Unfortunately, in Dart code generation is not a build process. It's separate build runner package.
Okay. Okay, we don't need marker. Let's say outputs here, we don't really need to pass them around. I will be right back. Short break. Okay, I see those things seem to work now. Okay, that was the first task for today. To be honest, I started this before the stream. Okay, now let's do the crashes. We don't want it to crash. I am actually getting some lines from regular Automat, so I wonder, maybe I don't need to build a debug version, maybe this one will be fine. Let's restart. The thing is, debugger may be actually doing something here that prevents the crash from happening in the first place. Oh, but look, this didn't properly appear. That was interesting. Okay, this is a bug that we could probably fix. So when we execute this, it should create a new assembler. What is that? So this is what's happening. We are calling find or create assembler, and this function creates a new assembler below the object. Create from prototype, yep. Maybe we just need to call .wake animation. I don't need to run this under debugger. I wonder, is this crash consistent? Yeah. I think I know what it is about. Nice. So we don't need a debug build. The regular build works fine for debugger. Cool. No, this would be wrong. Now it's empty. Why is it working now? It crashed a moment ago. What was that crash? Oh well. Nice. Oh, the crash is actually coming from our rendering code. Cool, I think I've seen this error many times. It's nice to finally see where it comes from. So we have some widget, we don't know what widget it is, but it is rendering to an off-screen texture. And the rendering has finished. So we are trying to find a parent. Cool. So here we could put an assert actually, something that will be checked only in the debug build, but it's not going to be executed lock. It can be a regular check. I think I know what was the issue. The issue was that I picked it up. I think when I picked it up, it caused the parent chain to fix itself. So now when I just run this and not touch anything, it should send this error again. Or not. Let's try again. I need to make this very, very slow. Register has no parent. Okay. Okay, so initially we are calling fixed parents, but when we add a new register, this is what we need to fix. Yep. Okay, so that fixes another error. Yeah. It would be nice to remove this. I'm not sure if this wake time is even used. Okay, this growing animation, it didn't work. Let's do the connections. The fixes to the connections. So when we, let's say we have increment for 64-bit register running in a loop. Sorry, what happened? Okay, worker already running. It looks like getState is not giving us correct state. Let's see. Okay, this is not what we want. Let's move the phase out. Okay, so now it's running. I should be able to say stop, and that should stop it. Okay, this cancel didn't work because I had this idea that for cancelling the instructions, we will actually use...
I don't know why, but aesthetics of Automat kind of reminds me of game Crazy Machines.
Yeah. I don't know this title, I know The Incredible Machines. The Incredible Machine. Yeah. Actually, no, I think this is the one that I actually played. Nice. Yeah. You are 100% correct.
There are ropes.
I think we could write an Automat macro to play Crazy Machines. It probably needs mouse, so we will have to improve the mouse widget, the mouse controller. Nice. I will actually add this to references because I was familiar with the Incredible Machine, but not with Crazy Machines. Thanks. cool. So now we can call cancel, but how do we cancel actually? And one more thing, when I start executing in this on run, I should mark all of the instructions as executing right now. Transferring arrays of shared pointers is really bad. Okay. And the thing is, this function could return many. So while this function is running on run, it's free to actually tweak this long running attribute here. So I'm not sure if you can just replace it. Let's do it like that for now. And I don't need to push anything here. I can just Right now I'm doing actually this task. It seems to be necessary for others. So now we should be able to run this. But when I reconnect it here and tell it to stop, yeah, we should get cancel. Now I actually need to implement the cancel. So I think this is done. Or probably half done, because we also need to clear it when we finish. Oh, we are doing this. Nice. Okay, what do we have? Update, execute, get state, make. I think we will need a new function here. So instead of execute, in addition to execute, we should probably also have interrupt or stop or cancel. Okay, so we should put another command on the queue. And we definitely need to call this wake control thread. Oh yeah. So there are two places, I think, when we can execute a command. Actually three. So in this while loop, we are just taking the first command and trying to execute it immediately. And then if we receive a stop signal, and this one, we also execute the commands. The thing is, we will immediately resume it. It's not good. Okay, I think we should have one more variable in this class. So this is the, not this, this represents the current state of the thread. It's good to have it. But we should also have the desired state. Okay, I will inverse this variable. Instead of worker stopped, we'll have worker running. Okay, the tests are passing. I think the initial state we could set to false.
Dravista says,
Good afternoon. Happy Friday. How are you today?
Hey, good, thanks. We switched to the more pleasant phase of development where we fix bugs, make it more robust. I want to update this thing so that when I grab this connection, I would like it to immediately stop execution. Oh well. Okay, now we have this new variable called worker should run. So let's keep track of this. So the initial value is set. We should change this to false after we finish initialization. So we are changing this to worker should run false. Now in execute, so when execute starts, it seems we are assuming that the thread is stopped. It's usually stopped. Okay. And in exit callback, we should change this to false. Cool. Okay, now when we get this SIG-USR1, instead of resuming worker is stopped here always. Worker running false. Now we can implement the cancel. Which is just that. It's about not doing anything. Okay, can we stop it? We can start and stop. Start and stop. Yep. Something glitched out there, so we can still count using the lowest 8 bits of this register here. I think this should have caused some issue, I think. So when this timer finishes, it should call execute. And that execute should interrupt this loop which is currently running here.
UFOB says,
Hey. Actually, I don't know. What's the correct behavior of execute? Should we cancel concurrent process? Something is not right. Let me run the tests. They pass. Okay. And I remember we had this to-do handle the case where actually this is never going to be the case, because when the code is executing, we wait for the signal. Not worker running, but worker should run through. Okay, we are ignoring this status. How? We should get some error message here. It's not a big issue, honestly, but I don't know why it's failing. It worries me. Okay, I will do a short break now to grab some lunch. Generally speaking, we can continue doing this. So the next thing I would like to do is I would like to add this ability to disconnect. So whenever I disconnect an object, I would like it to have an immediate effect on assembler. But this after the break. Cool. So see you in a couple of minutes. Alright, so where did we end? I think this part we finished. Assembler can now be properly cancelled and so on. Actually, no, there is one more thing we should do. After we do the cancel, we should go through all of the instructions and clear the pointer. Anyway, it's not going to change much. But there were some tricky edge cases which we kind of just fixed. So now we should be able to cancel it here. Okay, this connection change now. Okay, we have this callback. Connection added, connection removed. This is what we have to use. This is something that will work between instructions. We already had it. So let's see, what do we do here? Okay, we are calling update machine code whenever a connection is established or destroyed between the assembler and the instruction. Okay. Yep. I think that should do it. I will log a small message from here. Nope, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, I am getting connection added. Oh, this is wrong. Yeah. Okay, so we should update the machine code here, but for some reason we are not doing that. It's still executing in a loop. I will log a ton of stuff. Okay. So on every frame I'm sending this SIGUSER1 to read the state of registers. Totally unnecessary. Anyway, let's say I disconnect this, reconnect. Okay, we'll have to very quickly stop it. Okay, so this is what happened. So we got the update machine code, we got new instructions. We can actually even take a look at how they look. So this is this increment, which happens in a loop. Which is strange. I don't think it should happen in a loop. Let's take a look at this disassembly. So this is subtract, this is jump A. And this is the smooth. It's actually very nice. The optimizations that we've done to serialize more efficient assembly, that they paid off. It's very, very compact. So here we have increment AL, compare it with 10, jump below 23. 23 is, this is the stop, and otherwise we are setting it to 0. Cool, cool. And then we stop. Then we have the loop instruction. This arrayx, inc arrayx should not be followed by jump. Let's try again. I will try to disconnect it, which should produce the correct program. Okay, this is wrong. This seems to be the only place where we actually call it. And we seem to be doing this before we remove it from the arrays. Maybe I should just call it afterwards. Maybe that will fix it. I just want to see if we don't accidentally depend on this behavior. It doesn't seem so. Cool, seems to work. Nice. thinking about what happens when we are loading the initial state, because then plenty of connections are added. So we are emitting the machine code like 50 times. It's fast, so we don't really feel this issue. Look at that. We missed something. Reduce the volume. Hey, this is actually nice. Let's try to debug this issue. Interesting, what's the stack? It's hard to say because in debug build, sorry, in this development build, we don't really have the line numbers. I mean, we should have line numbers actually. Just control thread. No line number, come on. it's possible that we are here. So we could stop it with ptrace, but there is this wake control thread which should send a signal. Actually, pretty much all of the operations that we want to do require thread to be stopped. So maybe I can just remove this bit of code. Reducing the volume because it's going to get loud. And look at that, we lost an exit. Again. This stuff we can submit because it's nice. I am temporarily disabling very fast execution. Actually, I don't need to create the assembler. Unknown object type assembler. Now we can deserialize this stuff. Yeah, it's running for a moment and then stops. I think the issue could actually be in the exit callback, because it's called on a different thread. Let's say we get the sick trap. We are just calling exit callback right away. Yeah, when we are changing those values from random threads, we really should do some locking. Okay. It actually stopped. So we left through this jump, we scheduled the delay. Delay must have executed. Let's open delay. So it probably executed this schedule add. So it executed for a while. And then we got a notification about job being finished. See this exiting through. So we are exiting through this jump connection. We have scheduled the delay. We have executed delay. So 1 millisecond passes here. Then we are scheduling timer finished.
Nexify Dev says,
Are you winning?
Hard to say. We have a decent code, it just stops from time to time for unknown reasons, right? It executes, it very quickly increments a register.
I've been lurking for a couple days. been interesting to see what you're up to.
Yeah, so like, if you've seen the start of the stream, today I gave kind of more big picture explanation of where we are, because it's the last day of this assembler project. I just want to tie as many loose threads as possible before we move on to back to keyboard macros. Let me start this again. Okay, we are always ending on this scheduling run task something. This definitely passes. This condition must work. Okay, so we are marking everything as long running. This shouldn't change anything. We are calling execute. I think we are dropping the ball somewhere here. Should crash in a second.
I miss writing my own scripting language seeing this. Too many things to do, unfortunately, Sag.
Yeah. It's like writing a game engine, like all of the programmers who write games, not all of them. But they tend to gravitate towards engine writing instead of making the actual games. Okay, run task, instruction. It didn't execute. Haha.
Yeah, that's what I mostly work on, my own engine. I wanted to an in-house scripting language, but there is not enough time in a day.
I have to warn you that in-house languages, they may be fun to create, but they are not attractive for the users at all. It's like imagine being asked to learn a new language just because you want to like use some game engine. It's not a good value proposition. So maybe it's good. Maybe it's good that you don't have time to create a custom language. I mean, good for the game engine.
That is true. We don't aim to be a generally broad engine. We are writing it mainly for research.
What do you do then? Is it some kind of UI research or just UIs for like a closed group of users?
We are trying to make an MMO engine that can do extreme large-scale worlds with extreme levels of networking. Think in the scale of 5,100 concurrent players under one hardware machine, running one game server, along with extremely large-scale open worlds. We come from a background in WoW emulation, so we just find it really fun to push the limits of what is realistic. No real end goal beyond having fun and researching what works and doesn't work. It is all open source, admit.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Actually wonder, do you think from human perspective, right, when you are the actual player of an MMO game, there is like a limit to how many other players you can interact with, right? So this engine could be used to simulate like MMO city, something like with, you know, hundreds of thousands of users, even concurrent, right? But I think user or a player of a game is still probably not expected to interact with more than, you know, a couple or maybe a couple hundred if there is a larger gathering. Or are there actually, like, in MMOs, are there actually like major battles where you have, you know, 1,000 players on a single scene and they do something together, like a battle, for instance? Does this happen?
For sure, from a user perspective, having that many players would not be interesting, or even make for a good world. However, the extra performance can be used for cooler features if a specific game would want that. In regards to large-scale battles, I think some MMOs have had 500, 1,000 player battles, but generally speaking, the network challenges alone make those hard to sustain.
I guess NPCs could probably be offloaded to different servers if they were able to function like players. Although maybe it's more efficient to just offload them to separate threads, because probably threads are cheaper than network sockets. Nice.
Big picture, I think we are trying to aim much higher than what anyone would ever need, to get an extremely optimized baseline. What's done with the leftover performance is up to whoever wants to use it.
Nice. If you have a game, right? An MMO game, right? The whole difficulty of this thing is about state management. So I guess you have to use specific primitives for variables that are shared between client and server. You know, to keep track of whatever is happening. Or maybe embed state in some kind of... It depends on the architecture of the system. Actually, speaking of MMO games, a couple of years ago there was this push towards cloud gaming, and I really had high hopes for MMO games that could work in the cloud. Because this cloud gaming has this nice structure where everything runs in a data center, right? So if you have like 100 players or 1,000 players, even though they can be playing remotely, the machines on which they are playing, they are literally on the same, like, 40 gigabit per network, gigabit per second connection. So the local, fiber within the data center. Yeah, so I was having high hopes for new types of games. Imagine something like Dwarf Fortress, right? But you cannot play Dwarf Fortress online because the state is just too heavy. But if Dwarf Fortress was running in a data center, you could have, hundreds of players connected from the machines in the same data center, because then state synchronization in network is more reliable there. Yeah, but it seems to be mostly dead. I haven't heard much about this. Stadia is completely dead.
There is a lot of synchronization, many ways to approach it, but it is one of the biggest challenges as you scale. M2 problem as players interact with each other. As for the data centers, it is one of the things we are trying to build for as well. In that you could have many servers backing each other, offloading simulations and such, given the high bandwidth speeds available. Low pass effect.
Cool. Can you share the name of the stuff that you're working on? You mentioned it's open source and MIT.
I think latency from data center client is the biggest issues for something like Stadia. Going beyond 60 FPS becomes increasingly difficult depending on distance to the data center. This is of course assuming the rendering occurs in the data center as with Stadia. Any invariance to the latency of frames coming in would be increasingly more noticeable as you scale up in FPS.
Yeah.
The project is currently under the name Novus Engine. Our readmes are not super updated, so if you check it out, I would apologize for that in advance.
I know how it is. Nice. I see we are using very similar stack. I think I'm using the same JSON library. Oh, no, actually no, I'm using RapidJSON, but I looked at this one as well. I'm totally unfamiliar with Azure. This, I thought this was part of Boost, yeah, Boost. Azure.
I don't believe we use Amy anymore. We use libqqx now. Azure Standalone is available without Boost.
I heard this so many times, but I just keep ignoring this Azure being mentioned. I guess I will take a look at this.
Azure Standalone is quite nice. We don't like using Boost. It is simply too bloated for our use case.
I feel that C++ is missing something that would allow you to wait on multiple things in parallel. Whenever I have to do it, I always have to roll out command queue. Or a separate thread.
Yeah, I can see that.
Something like the select statement from Go. It's it's not quite missing because you can always kind of mash something together. But it would be nice to have something more convenient, something standardized. Coroutines. Oh. This profiler looks really nice. I'm really missing a decent profiler, so right now the best I have is kind of console log and whatever I draw on screen. probably take a look at this.
It is great. Completely insane for being free and open source.
I wonder how those entity systems, how do they actually store the data? Do they use like a continuous array or a hash map or something different?
He uses a sparse set. Internally, it is just paged, and there are options to have pointer stability on an individual struct basis. Then there are views groups which fetch the data. Groups dictate the memory layout for specific combinations of components to further improve cache misses.
Yeah, I was thinking about something like that. Something like that, I mean, storing the data for objects outside of objects. Because, yeah, quite often it's very irregular. Some objects
Greatly improves performance when you can separate data into access patterns.
yeah. Start those two. Okay, and the last one was task flow. It wasn't updated in quite a long time.
This repo specifically is not used anymore. If you got to the organization, we have the individual repos.
That's nice. I really dislike CMake. Honestly, I think anything is better than CMake.
I think we can agree on that, lol. Reload the game lib so we can start it headless in tests.
I see, I thought this was some kind of demo game. That was my hope, but yeah, I guess I...
What did you say about demo game?
I meant that since you're writing a game engine usually comes with some examples, like maybe not complete games, but some demos. But like you say, it's just for testing.
If you go to GameLib, we have all our demo code in there.
Yeah, I'm just like poking around. I like game code bases because they are full of tricks. They are just spiked with kind of cool things that people have discovered and kind of embedded there. It's different than most types of applications. Like if you read the source code of some web service, there's usually nothing interesting there. It's like 99% boilerplate, 1% boring business logic. In games, it's like 80% boilerplate and 20% actually tricks, clever tricks.
Makes sense.
Nice. It was really nice. I was a little bit afraid of naming my types like that. I always thought it would cause too many collisions with other code. I also see no namespaces.
Thank you. Yeah, I can understand that concern on the type name. For namespaces, we use the sparingly where we think it makes sense. We are not allergic to namespaces, but overusing it is annoying, Imo.
Yeah. I just keep having like namespace issues. Like here I have a type called instruction to represent instruction, right? Was working fine until I included LLVM, because LLVM obviously also has its own instruction. And any rendering library that I pulled in has shapes, paths, you know, all of the names of geometry primitives.
Oh no.
But LLVM, I mean, I'm using my own namespace, LLVM uses its own namespace. But even though the namespaces are separated, I actually think that namespaces make it even more messy, because depending on the context, instruction means different thing. So using the C approach of just longer names prefixed by the, you know, project name or two-letter abbreviation of the project name, I think that would actually lead to more readable code. Yeah, the names that change their meaning depend on context. It's not such a great idea.
Yeah, And also sometimes it isn't obvious what default namespaces are included due to using namespace, which can also be hidden inside of includes.
Yeah, yeah.
A complete nightmare.
This has to be treated as a bug if there is a using namespace in a header, unless you are actually... No, actually never. You never should do this in the include file. In CC, sure.
100 agree. Bonk not allowed.
Nixified have just
Hey.
followed on Twitch.
Thanks for the follow.
You've got a very interesting channel. Not a lot of CC style code going on in this section that often.
Yeah, I kind of came to this conclusion as well. This is why I started streaming. There are tons of programming streams, but they are usually meant for either commentary, current events, or I think they are for slightly different audiences. Like in programming, most people are very... most of the people are fresh. Most programmers have just recently started. It's always been like that. This field is continuously growing, so... The people who already learned the basics are always in the minority, and it's never worth it to produce content for people who already went through the initial phases.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that experience. We implemented Vulkan from scratch. It was one of the other guy's main motivations and aspirations with the project. So, this is his baby?
When it comes to Vulkan, it's super tricky how you initialize it to get proper, decent latency. So I'm looking how you guys do it.
It is so verbose. It is crazy.
Yep. And the development, the initial phases of development are the most frustrating because you just don't see anything until you finish those 2000 lines, and then it creates a proper colored window, a white window.
But that is also kinda the carrot on the stick for us.
Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, I'm using some random libraries that I found for helping with Vulkan. But there are still some things that escape me. Probably not really interesting.
We just had a funny bug yesterday.
What was that?
We've been implementing a texture renderer to allow us to copy a texture, make it writable, and write into it. So we had to make a ton of changes to allow this, both in the rendering backend, but also how we bind descriptor sets, etc. So we basically have two stages. Step 1 is to do the actual copying and writing to the texture in MIP0. And then a second compute stage to generate the MIPS. And we effectively hadn't used the same texture as both the SRC and destination before. So when we properly transitioned the layout of the image between the different stages, it still thought the image was in the wrong layout. Turns are an obscure expected usage definition in the descriptor set was setting the SRC binding to the wrong layout. And it was forcing it to the wrong layout. Was not very obvious what was going on.
Yeah, Vulkan does those things. The documentation of Vulkan is similarly... It's just as bad as documentation of OpenGL.
I wanted to pull my hair out.
Yeah, not surprised. I'm so happy I don't have to deal with those things. I'm using another library to do the graphics work for me. I just do vector drawing, and the library takes care of all of the not rasterization, but distillation of drawing primitives. And when I want to blur something, the library will actually take care to create the extra texture and do the MIP mapping trick to do the blurring, for instance.
That would be the smart thing to do, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha! Most of our work done so far is on the rendering portion, but we still have a bit of gameplay networking in there. A lot more of that coming this year for sure.
Yeah, I just checked the README again because I was like looking out for some screenshots or something like that. Probably it's not the time for this yet.
We have screenshots in the show-off channel on our Discord. I just talked about putting the screenshot in the README the other day, once this texture renderer is properly integrated. Turns out it takes a shit ton of time to reverse engineer multiple formats to use WoW assets for the demo, and render them properly, and do it from scratch and yada yada. But we are about getting ready to focus less on that, and more on everything else.
I thought when you mentioned WoW, you meant a vague relation to WoW, but you are actually trying to emulate the WoW game, right? I see assets, I see MMO.
The goal for us would be to have a feature-complete demo of WoW. Yes, mainly because it would be the ultimate test for the engine.
And so the interesting thing is, I think when WoW was created, the graphics APIs were so much simpler. DirectX 3D, it's just so much less issues than with Vulkan. And it probably also didn't try to be compatible with any existing format, so they were free to do things using like the most easiest intuitive way for them. And also they probably don't support as wide a network, as many concurrent players. Although I'm not sure about that, maybe they do.
We have a whole pipeline that lets you extract those assets if you own the game yourself. We don't do any distribution of said assets. We've had to do a lot of funny things to try and get it to be performant rendered properly.
Yeah, I have a bit of rendering code that when I started working on this, it was like a rabbit hole. It was like a 2-month sickness where I could only think about rendering. But after I finished, I have a temptation to go back there, but it's probably better not to. Better to leave it like it is. It's not perfect. So there are still glitches, like I think there is too much pixelation when I quickly zoom in.
Another 2 months sickness if you go back, Jojo.
Yeah. Yeah, so I try to do other things right now. Yeah, specifically trying to make it more useful.
I know the feeling of seeing things that others probably wouldn't, but it looks good to me.
So half of this are glitches, like this big circle here. This is a huge glitch. It should not be here. There should be a smooth shadow below those objects. So you can see this shadow, sometimes it appears correctly for a very brief moment, but then it disappears. Oh yeah, it should look like that. Hey, hello.
Oh, I see that's funny.
By the way, those shadows that you can see here, they are rendered in a totally incredible way, totally different than any... It's not my idea, I just found it inside my rendering library. But the idea is that you don't do simple blur, you don't do any sort of mapping, any sort of MIP mapping. Instead, you take the shape that casts the shadow as a set of triangles. Sorry, not as a set of triangles, as a sequence of points, literally. As a mesh. So this is a flat mesh, and from this mesh you generate another mesh for the shadow, and this shadow contains the sections for the full shadow and for the penumbra, and it uses colors on the vertices to actually render the shadow. So there is this Skia SK shadow utils.
Fake it till you make it.
But this is such a... So those shadows, they are accurate. They are probably the most accurate shadows you can have. And each object actually has two shadows, because if you look at how shadows work, there is a very subtle shadow that only affects the specular light. I don't know how it's called, but there is one shadow which is very close to the object. It doesn't matter whether the object is close to another surface or far away, and another shadow which is cast on the surface below. So it's actually... So this is a library for generating photorealistic shadows using vector shapes, without any sort of rendering. It works purely on geometric primitives.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they have some explanation here. Anyway, the thing is, it used to work nicely until I switched to Vulkan, and then it stopped. So now it only works when the shadow has very particular values. I don't know why, of range. And it also doesn't work on all shapes now. Yeah, so one of the things I will be doing probably next month is fixing the shadows. I have no idea how I will do this.
One day, it'll just make sense and poof, it is fixed.
Yeah. I'm afraid I will have to change how I draw the shadows. We'll see. Maybe I won't. Okay, I think this could be the source of the issue. So now I have this ugly problem where I have a fairly multi-threaded system where when assembly executes too fast, it eventually just stops. Okay, at least I know why. Already running. So when I call this exiting through something, I should have cleared all of the long-running markers. Maybe this is concurrency issue, because I'm doing this on one thread. And reading this on a different. Okay, I think I have to log some mutex. Or not mutex, maybe I can make it atomic. Okay, this is a bad idea. Or maybe it's not. This long running should be a shared pointer. Because objects, yeah, in Automat, yeah, they have to work like that. A lot of stuff to fix. I don't want to change too many things. To be something else. How could this already be running? Okay, we have to initialize this. Let's track what's happening. We are executing this increment AL. We are exiting through this jump. So when this is happening, all of the instructions should have long running cleared. We are scheduling the delay. Okay, actually not. we are immediately running it. Then we are scheduling timer finished task in 1 millisecond or not, no. So this is where the pause happens. Here we are sleeping 1 millisecond. The timer is finished. I think this could be memory inconsistency between CPU cores. Okay, when I actually do schedule stuff, I have this schedule, I have this enqueue task. So this should actually force the cores to synchronize memory. Okay, in all places where I am setting something in long running, I will add log message. Okay, so what's happening? Okay, and this is wrong. Yeah, I see the issue. The issue is that the assembly executed so quickly that this function didn't even finish. Huh. Okay, so the solution will be actually to change this API here.
bishop e5, 10, and well.
Just one more place to fix. I'm not sure if I didn't broke anything, but it should keep executing now. Looks like it's working. Oh, actually something wrong happened. Let's run it again. Looks like it actually did stop eventually. Yep, it happened again. Kind of weird, it happened when I opened the sidebar in VS Code. How could this be related? Again.
Is it working now?
It's working, but it's working a little bit better. Something very interesting is happening now. So I can run this. It runs, but then I switch here, I open sidebar, and it stops.
Munka, what?
And this is consistent. Again, executing, closing the sidebar, it stopped. It's interesting, maybe there is some cross.
What a wonderful bug.
Yeah. There must be some crosstalk, probably caused by like scheduling. So when I'm opening sidebar, I bet there is some kind of heavier computation happening in VS Code. Let me open Emacs, for instance. Btop. So Btop shows that Automat is using some CPU, not too much, because we are sleeping 1 millisecond after every instruction. So we are sleeping a lot, actually. I have no idea. Does it happen if I play some like random YouTube video? Just a random video, please. No.
What if you open the sidebar with the mouse and not a shortcut?
I have to close the full screen, and it also has this effect. Okay. It also stops it.
That is very interesting.
The consistency is weirdest. I thought this was just an accident, but... Okay, we can figure this out. I will enable more logging. Okay, but before we do anything, I want to submit the stuff that I fixed so far, because I think I fixed something. Or not. Yeah, I have a mix of logging that I want to keep and fixes. Okay, I cannot submit this, unfortunately. So here I can say that I want to log everything. This doesn't seem... okay, it has to be concurrency bug right now. They are the trickiest to debug. Okay. We have a decent log. So those are frames where we are just interrupting the thread to read the read its state. So we are exiting it. So we are sleeping for 1 millisecond here. In this 1 millisecond we got a frame. So this is a one rendering frame where we are reading the values of registers. The worker was stopped when it happened, but we still sent a signal anyway. This is just something we do. Okay, and then the timer finishes. Scheduling the instruction. Instruction executes. We are setting the long running everywhere and sending SIGUSR to wake it up. Cool. This is all good. And this is redundant actually. Worker thread stopped signal 28. What kind of signal is that? We don't support this. Sigwin ch? What?
Resize event pod.
Okay, So this is sent when the size of the terminal changes. Wow. Yep, it makes sense. We are not handling this. But why would it stop? Huh. And why is it delivered to this thread, this process? Now I just wonder, should I either handle this or mask it? I think masking is better because we don't want to even see this signal. So open the sidebar. Yep. That was a fascinating bug.
What a bug low.
Okay, but at least now it seems that, yeah, who would have expected that changing, because this signal, actually I don't know. When I mask this signal, sorry, when I block it, the debugger doesn't see it. It's a very interesting signal. Apparently it's also used by Apache to do shutdown.
Loading room. Terminal. Let me just resize so the user can properly see what's going on. Some library. Time to shut down.
I think the default, so each signal also has a default disposition, so maybe by default all processes receive this signal but they just continue. absolutely not sure.
I think it said on the other page that the default handling is to ignore it.
Okay, I guess this is it then. Let's put this in a block and let's add some comment. Maybe not Linux, but
You're the only other person I know, outside of myself and a friend, that uses scope blocks like this.
yeah. This is the optimal way because this is the optimal way to hide complex code. I think it's better than functions because it doesn't require you to jump around. You still see the sequential code, like the flow of execution. Yeah, you don't have to come up with signatures, you don't need to decide what to pass in or out. It makes refactoring easier later on.
It makes a lot of things much simpler.
Yeah. Okay. Now we can switch off some of this logging. Also in tasks. Okay, it seems like we are not stopping anymore. Okay, now we have an assembly loop which is executed fully within assembly. There is no delay here. So it should theoretically be running at 100% CPU. We have this machine code block here. I should be able to stop it, restart it. Cool. So this is a little like a small timer. So my CPU has what is the frequency? Does it even show frequency here? It should show showing something. I think we are incrementing slightly faster than 3 GHz. Because here we are flipping the bit number 32. And bit number 32 is like 4 billion. Yeah, it's even slightly faster than 5 billion instructions per second. So I think those increments are somehow parallelized. I don't know if it's possible for CPU to execute 2 increments in a cycle, but it looks like this is what it's doing.
Looks cool.
And it's another bug fixed. Okay. What else can we do here? I guess Windows. I said we will make it maybe not 100% work on Windows, maybe not today, but at least it should compile. And also I would like to format this as 2-digit always, so... Okay. Now we are going to switch to Windows. I have a Windows machine right here. And it also has cursor. It's Windows, so it's terribly slow, but should work. Probably take a moment for it to update itself. I don't know how Windows developers can do this. It's just so incredibly slow. Now we can see if this compiles. It still wants to update. How? I just updated cursor. Enough is enough. I knew it. Uni STD not found. Actually, I can search here. can I just say 1? Okay, there is no right. Yeah, I just wonder how do I write to std out avoiding debuffering, because that was a problem. Irregular functions, they tend to buffer output. I think write console is the right function to use. have no idea what's happening here. Maybe we are compiling... Yeah, we are compiling an LVM. Also, the LLVM module doesn't quite work now, because I'm using multiprocessing and can't pickle function. See, can I put this here? Let's see if LLM can figure this out. Let's also add lvm.py. Okay, this is just nonsense. I think I kind of need a separate process, unfortunately. message that I'm getting here is a little bit messed up. I'm not sure what's the actual stack trace. I see an error coming from WinAPI open process. But this could be coming from the child process, which has a dead parent. I think this can't pickle is the main issue. If I comment everything in this function and just leave pass, will the pickle work? The problem here is that if I don't do it as a separate process, then the current step is going to get a couple extra sub-processes, which will mess up the wait PID callbacks. Okay, I have to think about this. Maybe I'm invoking this wrong. If I skip arguments, what will happen? Okay, that has to work, right? This was the example. Okay, it did work. Maybe I should not use this multiprocessing. It's weird. It's inconsistent with subprocess. Let's see subprocess. Okay, so we can use subprocess to execute command in this nested fashion. Nice.
Knight says.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Knight.
Nixifidev says.
Vulcan giving validation errors on a descriptor set binding missing for an unreachable branch dead.
At least you have validation errors. You could also just see a black screen.
I don't want to be rational right now.
Screech.
can use pipe. Yep. Instead of this funny rep, let's just do string. Actually, rep was good. Yep, we cannot depend on any external things here. Maybe this is why pickle... No, this couldn't be. Why pickle failed. Build has no attribute. Binary extensions. I mean, it's here. Okay, this is not our build package. Okay, and the issue is that we probably shouldn't recursively include the build. It may even create a cycle of dependencies. So this binary extension, I think we should move it somewhere. Maybe to fsutils actually. Okay, I think we went through this step. Let's see. Oh, actually the stream doesn't show anything. Yeah, my Windows PC is probably overloaded. Let me see. Okay. Looks good. Yep. Okay, this STD should be removed. But otherwise... build is not defined. Okay. Cool, much better. Cool. This is a much nicer error in machine code. Nice. I guess it deserves some explanation, this function. Okay, now we can switch to machine code and probably disable all of this ptrace controller. was wondering if this will work. Yeah. So on Linux there is this cool function where I can have multiple main symbols. Cool.
Marek Kowalski says,
Hey, you're muted.
Nice voice. Cool. So the tests are working and failing. This is fine. I can run Automat. Maybe it will crash when I attempt machine code execution. We'll see. Let's do simple increment. Yeah, that should be crash. I would like to see a longer error message, but it seems to work. I want to see if this write console actually works.
What you're using for TTS? I'm looking for something local for Home Assistant use.
This is it's called Tortoise TTS. Or actually not. So Tortoise TTS is something that's used behind the scenes, but there is a web app for local TTS. It's called Alltalk. Yeah, I use it all the time. I can do this, paste it here, select voice. It's decently fast. It can use the GPU, so it can actually do...
My console function writes characters to the console screen buffer
Yeah.
the current cursor position. The cursor position advances as characters are written. The set console cursor position...
And it has an API, which is described here.
Oh, thanks. You think it could also do Polish language? My wife would buy happy.
I think so. Let's see. Let's see.
Litwo, ojczyzno moja, ty jesteś jak zdrowie. Ile ci trzeba ceni, ten tylko si dowie, kto ci straci.
I would say it's pretty good, given that the voice sample actually is Astarion from Baldur's Gate. Let's try the orc.
Kind of.
Litwo, ojczyzno moja, ty jesteś jak zdrowie. Ile ci trzeba ceni, ten tylko si
I think it has slightly like Eastern
ozdobie widz i opis
accent.
Tknij po tobie, panno wita, co jasnej bronisz stochowy i w ostrej wiecisz bramie. Ty, co gród zamkowy.
Yeah, so you can change language in the API request. So
Probably you could tweak that somehow.
yeah. So they have different models. In addition to this tortoise, they have different ones. But I like tortoise because it can quickly swap voices. So I can just use a random voice, whichever I want. The others, they require you to train, like a separate fine-tune for each voice. Yeah, and the voice sample that's needed to do this is also tiny. It's just like 20 seconds of voice. That's enough to generate TTS.
B2 Duel. I'm also testing all TTSs on TTS-ed.
Yeah. It's like lorem ipsum. Okay, from what I see, this doesn't work. Okay, so maybe this doesn't work because I don't have an actual console. Maybe that's the issue.
Using 11 labs, but it's limited on free version. The quality is great.
11 Labs is something for streamers, I guess, right? No. Oh yeah, I'm familiar. It's a company that... yeah. Are those the people from Ivona? I mean, you can also just accept it and just pay them a couple. I know how expensive the API is. But I got convinced recently, kind of, to buying stuff online. The cursor and copilot, they're just so useful. This is the first service that I'm actually paying for, and I'm happy with it. It's worth the money, actually.
You get so much value in return. Evaluating Claude 3.7 right now. It's great.
Yeah. So I've been using Claude 3.7 for the past couple of days. I don't know, maybe I'm giving it harder tasks now, but whenever I ask it to do something, it's even just a moment ago, right? When I had this chat. All of this was just made up. It's... yeah. How do I close this now? Okay. Okay, let's try right. Be right back. I will try to pull this io.h. Nope. One more try. Or maybe Windows doesn't have standard output on one. Okay, it works. Apparently I just need to add new lines. Okay, it builds, this is important. It may crash when executed. That's not a problem for now. At least it builds. I'm doing those writes specifically because I don't want any buffering, so that concurrent threads which are doing printfs, they shouldn't cause interleaving log lines. Yeah, I think this is fine. So this is one. And finally log. Okay, finally we should do a sanity test, which is to pull this code again on Linux and see if it works. The stuff that I've done in llvm.py is very strange, but it works. So this is my own multiprocessing kind of implementation. Cool. Okay, I guess that's it for today. So, assembler is relatively stable, at least on Linux, and next week we will think what we will do next week. I don't know. Maybe we'll continue on the assembler.
Thanks for stream. See you on Monday.
Drevestet says.
Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too guys. Okay, bye bye.